Imagine starting a D&D session, warning them all as you have done hundreds of times prior, and yet none of them pay one goddamn piece of
You
attention.
said soon. You didn't say incoming. You usually do
true.
too.
That's
Jesus
true.
Wait,
Christ.
are we live?
We're live.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're live on the internet.
Oh.
That's okay.
Ah,
Continue being
shit.
friends. Go on. Don't let me interrupt.
Hannah was talking about that she was gonna get us an end of the campaign gift,
Mhm.
or she got us something,
Mhm.
and now I feel like I need to get something for everybody
Mhm.
but I don't know what to get.
Well,
I'm gonna
don't
get
think
you
you have to.
all Ritalin.
cool. I actually,
yeah.
I was
Can you
kind of,
actually get me Adderall?
I was gonna say, I
I got
was kind of
diagnosed
hoping
with
for.
ADHD today.
I was.
This
You
is
don't
the
say.
problem.
Wow. Did it take an expert to diagnose you, or?
Fuck
Jesus
you.
Christ.
It actually is hard to diagnose as an adult.
Oh my God, Hannah's lipstick. Yeah, it looks familiar.
I decided to not look like shit today.
Yeah,
One day
you
I'll
didn't
make
look like
that
shit
decision for
yesterday
myself.
either.
Not today.
Looked good yesterday
The
too.
wink.
I don't get it.
You don't? Oh, well. Only one of us had a wardrobe change. So, it looks good
Oh,
though.
because
Yeah,
I put
yeah,
this
you
back
wore- yeah,
on.
yeah, you wore-
I love this top.
It's a really good
it's
top.
so
It is.
good.
It is really
It's
good.
super
This is like
cute.
my favorite one.
but I-
and it's,
I-
I thought it was fitting
you
with the wizard motif.
I totally agree. I like though that it's now like formerly it used to be like I'm just wearing the same t-shirt. Now it's like now I'm wearing the same cute top. We're evolving. It's
I have to go shopping and buy many more cute things.
You should.
Okay, I'm
You
working
should.
on it.
Let's go.
Okay, can we do that together though? Because I
Yes.
need more cute things.
Sure.
Okay.
Just let me know. I'm fully vaccinated now, so whenever
Me
you want,
too.
just let me know.
Oh, you're back vaccinated.
yeah,
well,
we
now
can
I don't
go
want to
go-
hang out.
Shopping again. Oh my god.
I wanted to catch your
remember
germs.
We talked about
Hey,
wanting
wait,
to
wait,
go
wait, wait.
post
Hold on one
shopping when you
second.
came out,
One second.
and then COVID.
Hold on, wait. Pause
What?
and then continue. Pause and then continue. Welcome to Charisma Saves. Go ahead.
I was just
What?
saying, it was, when Hannah came out,
I never
I
said it.
remember we talked about going to the mall to like go clothing shopping and stuff, and we never got to do it because vaccines or
That's
because
true.
vaccines didn't exist and COVID. So
Yeah.
Wow.
We were planning on doing a lot of stuff, like playing D&D in person.
yep.
It was pretty wild. I looked back on stream the other day. It was episode 62, I believe, is the first time we did over the internet.
Oh God, did we say like, oh, for like a month it'll be like this for a couple
I
years?
didn't look at it, but I was like, I'm sure we said hopefully it doesn't last a super long time, but
Yeah.
Rip.
but yeah. So yeah, welcome to Charisma Saves. We are at the beginning of the end. Well, they didn't pick up, so I think you have the voice thingy on it, which is important because we love onomatopoeias, and I think it deletes them anytime you
Oh.
yeah, you got to get real close to it for it to pick up. It should be that little thing next to your voice bar. The onboard Discord noise gate thing sucks, and it always deletes people's words.
The noise suppressor.
Yeah, is it on?
I'll turn it off.
Yeah, if it's on, it usually like it fucks with your
How
voice.
about now?
Much
Boo!
better.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, announcements. In a couple days, I will be finalizing sale on the pieces that will be our new custom table for Charisma Saves 2.
Woo!
So we'll have that. We will be having a member of the community who is a carpenter come help with that. So that's very cool. Shout out to Andrew. Thank you so much for the help. Got a few things in preparation here, and I have teased this in the past. But behind me, not on you guys' camera on Discord, but theirs, are boxes here that that's been sitting in the background for a long, long time. They will not be here once this campaign ends, and I'm very excited. Sarah hasn't been able to look at these boxes for a year. It's been a lot. I'm trying to think of some other stuff. I think we should thank Long Dog Dice for all the cool dice that we got during this campaign, and the D&D dice, the DMing dice rather, that I have for next campaign. I'll also be using some gemstone dice and stuff too, but she did such a fantastic job. Hopefully we can work again in the future, but obviously COVID put a big thing on that. But she really enjoyed working with all of us last time, so that was very inspiring. So hopefully we can at least get another set or two, and hopefully for you guys too. One of you is playing me externally in your mics, and I think it's Randy, or it's picking up out of
It
your
happened on
ears.
Sunday too. It was Randy as well.
Was it just picking up?
It
move
bleeds
them-
out of Randy's headset for some reason.
Are you? Am I
I'll
on?
move the mic further
Am
away.
I on 11?
You're probably on like 107.
I don't know what that means, but you mean when you right
Percent.
click on the Discord?
So I guess that's pretty close to 11
That's
on
pretty
a
close.
10-point scale.
That's pretty close. Is there
Put you down
anything
to
else going on? Well,
290.
I do want to say that Charisma Saves Season 2 will probably start in September. Some of us are we have a thing for the other D&D campaign that we're going to do before that, and once that's over, we should be able to do the thing, which means we have the summer off of this, and Wednesdays we can spend being grill pilled in my backyard if we want.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. So we could do friendships. And then also, of course, we'll be doing a live on some of those days. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks. Do you think one of these next 2 weeks or both of them we could do a live? That'd be fun.
I'm good with whenever,
yeah.
provided, you guys' schedules. Just let me know.
Yeah, I think last Wednesday, Randy was busy. But this Wednesday,
Sure.
I believe we're good to go.
I
So-
totally forgot for some reason that last week we didn't do anything and Randy was working nights. I don't know why I forgot
Because
that.
you were playing
but-
Final Fantasy for the 60 straight hour. And your brain
But I was
had
hanging
turned
out with
into-
Randy in
Yeah.
Final Fantasy,
Your-
so like, how
your-
did I forget
Your
that?
brain turned into materia. So,
Materia.
yeah.
That'd be very, very lucrative if it did.
Anyways, so
True.
so Wednesday the 2nd and the 9th, either or both, we will be playing live, and then the 16th, we will be in studio for the finale. However long that takes us. If it goes crazy, we'll also do the 17th because Randy will be here. He is moving, so he will be here for campaign 2, the whole goddamn thing. And so, congrats to Randy for, can I just say, we love him a lot. He's worked really hard. He is a whole doctor, and he's almost done with residency. And have you signed the contract?
No, they're still drafting it.
So they're drafting up a new contract for your boy Randy, and he's going to be able to come and be with us forever.
We're never letting you go.
Blood bond.
You're
Anyway,
stuck with us.
so the 16th will be so mark your schedules. The 16th is 100% the finale. I mean that's going to happen. So we will be here in studio. Hopefully we can start even earlier than usual. Can Alex even get it off? I don't even know.
I have every Wednesday and Thursday off.
Oh, you just have it off. So yeah, hopefully we can make it good, and that'll be in the middle of the vacation for Randy as well. So we'll be treating him to some stuff around here. I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, and then of course in the weeks leading into campaign 2. We will be slowly teasing out some of the different character things. Sarah is working along with the players, and I guess herself, since she is one of them, and me, to come up with the art and the layout for everything. She's working really hard on stuff, and so far, everyone has given me a voice. I think we're doing voices, guys. I think we're all cosplaying, question mark?
I would like to.
So,
I need to
I am-
find something.
Which
I didn't
means
mind
which
that.
means Randy, that's Robeville or something. I don't know. You got like a coat or something. He keeps doing. He keeps.
It's like a poncho or something.
The only sneak peek I'm going to give you is a very stylish long piece of clothing. I'm really looking forward to it. So, I know Alex has a hat. There's a hat we've discussed.
Shocker.
Let's give it another small sneak peek. Also, I believe I'd say Hannah has a hat as well, and then also
Yeah, she does.
lastly, I'd say that Sarah has some really cool, a really unique style that I think is going to be very maybe very classy. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's the only sneak peeks we're going to give you until then. We'll just give you silhouettes. You guys can discuss
Well,
and debate.
Okay, if you want to know the secrets, you can go to my Patreon. I haven't uploaded an update in
Don't
a
leak
while.
secrets, though.
If you leak them,
If you leak
I'm
them...
going to remove your patronage and I will probably ban you from the server. But
Whoa!
Damn.
Okay.
that's
Get
a
serious. This is like
fucking-
NDA shit, okay?
It's
Some
big time.
Margaret
Bruh.
Thatcher
Big time.
shit.
Big time. So,
so.
yeah. And you'll be mailed,
But if you
not
wanna
poo, but you'll be
know-
mailed a bag of dicks.
If you want to know, go to my Patreon. I am posting my process as I go through
that'll
creating the
just be
characters.
visual. You won't get any stats. You won't get any of the other stuff.
Yes.
So even that won't even be full spoileries. So we'll be rolling those out. Also, after we do the first episode of that, I will be dropping the all of the subclasses and classes and everything that's going into this. It'll be, of course, similarly affordable to everything else. Start at about $1 for everything, and that all goes towards putting in stuff for the show. So new mics, new lighting, new good stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great. I'm really excited about it, and yeah, it's gonna be nice to have Randy here. He 3D prints. He paints a lot of stuff. He's really helped a ton when it comes to the actual physical props around here. Alex is gonna take a small responsibility as well. It's gonna be really cool. We got a lot of stuff going on. So, and hopefully we could get to a point where, these guys can make a little something from that. That'd be cool. But, so, I guess that's the end of those announcements. So.
I'm sad. Can we continue to put it off?
Can we just stall forever, please?
Yeah, we're gonna stall.
Nope.
Someone's still echoing, by the way. I can hear someone.
It's still Randy for sure.
Is it?
Yeah, I can see you light up.
I think it is.
Yeah, because I hear it too.
I can see you light up.
I don't know why.
It's okay. I think it's just too loud in your ears. I don't know. Does it have like vents that shoot out forward? Look at you guys. You stun locked me again. Good luck.
I think so.
Uh-oh. So. Last we left off. The Keepers of 8 had finished their journey through the plains, through the elements, gaining all of the essences necessary to charge the cube, the artifact they got from the god of time himself, Toll. You charged the essence of rebirth, the essence of death, the essence of bounty, the essence of suffering, the essence of time, and the essence of elements. Cube fully charged with its low hum of divine energies surging within it. You land back in Gygax, the city that will represent the last stand that you and the rest of seemingly this part of civilization. It's a nice day today. You have only time slowly ticking down over the course of the next roughly month. You have effectively, I believe you said 25 days of time to spend pursuing whatever you'd like. Obviously, at some point there will be preparations. The world around you continues to move. Things may happen. But as of right now, the only thing on your plate is to pursue things that you feel are necessary for your happiness, your friends, your family, the town, preparations for the end. So, Keepers of 8, how are you spending the next month? as the Great Hunger, Zilidek, approaches the material plane. Take it away.
Who wants to go?
Who's going first?
Avelios plans to spend the first week with his family, so the
Okay.
entire first week will be with Armadale and the children, and
Anything specific?
just spending as much time with them as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Park every day, probably for the kids. Armadale could get some rest.
Okay.
Just take all of her duties away from her for the entire week, and I'll do everything.
All right. You spend the better part of a week within the walls of Gygax, enjoying time with the kids. All of them pretty excited to have dad time. A lot of climbing on you. A lot of you see the first little bits of ability to start to fly for short distances, especially in the park. A little bit of getting up trees, different from a more human experience. Instead of climbing trees, you're flying to and from other trees and seeing how far they can go. And there's a couple times where the littlest one will stumble, and he'll sort of crash, and you sort of swoop over and look at him. And he's just sort of giggling on the ground as he brushes like blood from the side of his little cheek. It goes well. There's it's a weird part of you. Like, it's really the first time you've been able to be there for them for an extended period of time. You get like 3 or 4 days, then you have to go for a day or two, come back 3 or 4 days. But this is just what life could be. It could be normal. This could be every day. And it's hard work. Not easy. They're picky. They yell at each other. They argue over shit. But you got little moments where you teach them what a word means. And their little eyes light up. They start to understand things that, you know, these little things that look like you, slowly becoming people. Like real people with like opinions. And that's weird. But it's cool. You start to think about that's how my dad felt when I was that. And you weren't that. You're not that old for an Aarakocra. It's weird to be defeated much more thoroughly by a small smile than you ever could have been by some snarling eldritch horror. You don't feel weak usually. You have a big weak spot now. Anybody else doing anything in the first week?
I know that first priority is I haven't really had time to check on my health and baby health, so I want to spend some time making sure everything is good there.
Okay. There are plenty of, you know, people who have dealt with with childbirth and who have dealt with, being like wet nurses and whatever. You spend a little time in the Hartnell, probably with the professor who has the most sophisticated technology to deal with that. Jardun goes with you. Alexander and Vala want to be there. And it's like classic ultrasound situation.
I'd like to think it's that, but with the professor holding the wand, kind of like this.
Yeah, and instead of an ultrasound that sort of, makes it's black and white and it's sort of digital. Just shows you the goop. Just a
Ew.
full HD picture of the insides of the goop
That's disgusting.
and the baby. There's a moment where she changes the filter on it, and it's a little more Instagrammy, a little prettier. But they're inside.
I'll if I can I like print them out a picture of it? People have like
Oh
pictures
my
of their
God.
ultrasound.
You could materialize it through fabrication or something similarly. You don't have like a printer. But
It's
yeah.
only been like a couple of months though, right? Like since this
It's just a
baby...
little. It's just a little bean. It's not like it's a little.
Yeah.
Legume. It's a little legume. It's got some pieces to it that I believe at 2 months it starts to like stretch out a little bit, right?
I don't know.
You see? No,
Yeah.
I was pointing towards the doctor on our
Oh.
surprise! I wasn't asking the professional Final Fantasy player.
What? Oh, you're so mean.
So
You're just jealous.
I guess. So, you do see a little bean there, and interestingly, Professor, throughout your readings and stuff, and we don't have to really roll for this because you have plenty of time and much sophistication, but while all of you are there, and Alexander looks on with quite a bit of pride, he's very excited about this. Because there's been a little bit of like you guys aren't necessarily, you're not blood related, the two of you, but this is like for him, and maybe for you as well, however you feel about this. But for Alexander specifically, he seems incredibly proud and nurturing towards the fact that that individual, whoever they turn into, will be the only person that is directly related to you in the world. And he tries many times to like explain how he feels about you and how he can't imagine how much more it's going to be, because he loves you with all of everything he has. There's not space for more, and yet he imagines if there was that connection, it could only be more. It can't be less. It certainly doesn't seem like it would be neutral. So he tears up and he hugs you, and he seems very happy with you're done. And Vala doesn't usually cry, but she's a little emotional. Professor gives you guys a little picture of the bean. It not being a particularly gross version, it's just sort of this as nice as she can get it with while being medically accurate. And while you're going through blood testing and stuff, Professor, you do notice a small spark of innate magical ability. You don't know how that will manifest, but it seems as though there is, whether it's divine or arcane, it doesn't seem to quite bear out, but there is something.
I'll let them know of that and say you're probably going to have a bit of a handful.
As long as you aren't doing the magic tutoring.
Now, why you got to go there with it? I would make an excellent magic teacher. Oh, good enough that you can use my medical facilities I made magically, but it's fine. I wouldn't teach them Fireball until they're at least 10, okay? 12.
Between you and you're done, I am going to have such a handful with this kid. John's gonna be teaching him how to swing swords at 5.
4. Unless they don't want to, you know. Hammers are
Hopefully they
totally
don't,
viable.
Hopefully they don't have to.
You can use weapons for recreation. Maybe they'll just have fun with it.
So, anybody else doing anything specific in the first week? Got to imagine.
The professor's going to spend as much time as possible with Kasdan, and then maybe take him out to dinner at, oh gosh, why can't I remember the Peacock's restaurant's name?
Valentinian.
Valentinian. Go to maybe Valentinian's and talk about, like, what we're going to do after, assuming we both survive, what we're going to do.
Okay. Do you want to have that conversation now, or do you want to table that for epilogue? Basically, it's a reveal. Like, what do you want? Do you want to?
Okay, I can hold off. That's fine.
Okay. So you have long.
I'm holding
talks.
off on mine too.
Okay. So you have long
To the epilogue.
talks about what the future could hold. He mentions right now we have a little bit of definite future. Should we do anything now?
I'll ask him, is there anywhere that you've been before, even if it's far away, that you want to visit one more time before our final battle? Because I happen to have the perfect way to get there, gesturing at the Hartnell, if we're having this.
Sure. Okay. So he says, yeah. There's one place. You know, I haven't been home in some time.
What's kept you away for so long? Just all the murder?
No, actually, I picked that up here. It was more of a... It's more of an argument, I guess. I come from a little town called Eshadel. It's on a river. There's a forest nearby. It's not on this continent, though.
Do you have anything from there that I could use to help get us there more easily?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Sort of, silly little thing he pulls out. You know, he's got the leathers and stuff that he usually wears, but this he's just wearing his normal clothes today. But he always carries like a little satchel that usually is kind of tight to the waist. And you've seen him pull out thieves' tools in the past and other things that he uses, but he pulls out a small little. It almost looks like a little fuzzy red and black sort of thing, and on the back of it, it has like this reflective disc, and on the front of it, it has a two-pronged hook. It's a fishing lure.
Okay.
This was my dad's.
That should do just fine.
Sort of drops it in your hand and.
I'll take it, and I'll take his hand and walk into the Hartnell with him and start the process of using that to cast the teleport spell and take us to his home.
Okay. When you get there, it takes you to, not to a city, but to the outside of a city. You can see, as you exit, there's a river in front of you. Dozens and dozens of elvish, half-elvish, human people sitting in a sunny day, standing in the middle of a clear river that spans maybe 200 feet across, but it's shallow and it moves slowly, and you can see fish jumping over rocks, smooth rocks, and they're all sort of fly fishing. I never picked up the hobby.
Doesn't necessarily seem your style.
No. It's pretty, though. You see the sort of light sort of make the filament of the line twinkle a little bit. And you see families out there doing it together. You see some people alone. You see an old guy with just like a dog. All just fishing. They let the small ones go and keep the big ones. You just sort of walk along this coastline for a bit towards this walled, not tall walled. Part of it is walled. On the right side, the side that you are on of the river as you walk, with the river to your left, you can see sort of a walled city with a mound on the right side that rises up. That has a large tower. That seems to, it's daytime, but it seems to have like a light on it. And it just seems agrarian, seems simple. On the other side of the river, you see small sort of town suburbs. You see silos and a couple larger buildings. Well, this is where I grew up. I just wanted to take you there. And he points towards the large tower. You make your way slowly. There's a gate in front of it. No one seems to mind as you walk in. Though people do seem... While they are leisurely You see several stalls as you walk in, merchants, or you see stores themselves liquidating. A lot of sales. A lot of people saying we don't have this item, we're out. Mostly rice and wheat and stuff like that. And it is getting a little bit later in the year, but it seems to be a little bit of a stock up situation. You make your way up the hill and towards this beacon, and there's just a person in front of it that seems to be some sort of worker, sort of maybe an early 20s, late teens young woman. She has more of a natural sort of tan to her than people that live in Gygax. Not dark, but more like olive. And oh, hi. Well, are you looking to go up? Not many people have been doing that lately. Sort of have a short exchange, and he smiles and pays the fee and tips her a little bit. And I know my way around here, basically. He comes up with you, and you hold hands as you walk up the sort of spiral. And at the very top, there's just a light, and sort of that mirror. It's pretty much a lighthouse, but there's only a river here. There's not like a big body of water, so it's interesting. Points out, and there's a big sort of like a valley, sort of in between. There's a small forest to the south. There's a big forest to the northwest, and an even bigger forest to the northeast. And then in that valley, in between those forests, as it moves out east, you can see deep fog that just sits on top of the valley. It's really pretty in the sort of early morning that you got, because you went west, so they don't have as much light as you started. When the fogs roll in the fall, it's really hard to see, and so this is a little beacon they put up. But if you look this way, he points off to the east, or the west, I'm sorry, and you see a vast network of sort of arterial-like rivers that go through the whole space, far off into the distance. And he just starts to watch it and look at it. And there's a beauty to it. It's nature is nature, but there's like a peace. The light sort of changes on the water, and the fog makes sort of a prismatic, and you start seeing what he really appreciates about this. And as the day sort of starts to creep up over top, and the heat starts to rise, and the fog begins to raise up to its maximum level over the river valley, as it evaporates, there's light that dances through it, and you see it bloom hundreds of small rainbows all over the place, wherever there's like water that peeks out through the trees or the valley. It's like looking out over a valley of glitter. He doesn't say anything, he just sort of pulls you close because he's taller, and you just stand there and look for a while. He doesn't really say much. You stand for about 45 minutes or so, and then it show's pretty much over as the sun gets high enough to make it too hot to maintain that fog. And Let's come back after.
Okay. We will.
Gives you a kiss on the forehead, and you walk back down and back out to the Hartnell. Okay. Egnir and or Arcelius?
Icilius would mostly like to go back to Brown Cedar Hold with Julia. Spend some time back in their cabin, kind of finishing up the repairs and just living a little bit of their old life.
Okay. So enjoying the cabin and all the stuff there. So that's good. All right. You said Brown Cedar Hold, right? I was reading something and now my brain is scrambled.
Yes.
Okay. As you spend some very chill nights back home, it's your second break that you've taken with her here, right after she came back, and it was a little weird getting back into the swing of things. But at this point, there's just that familiar comfort. And you notice, and you haven't really been paying attention to this much, but when you guys sit and drink a bottle of whiskey together and watch the fire and maybe build a small fire on the small little beach cove you have that leads out into Brown Cedar Lake, when you fall asleep near each other, you don't have nightmares anymore. You have some unfinished business, some people you'd like to remember correctly and put to rest, and things got away from you, but you feel like that might be something you could save for after. Celebrate not only winning, hopefully, but in a way, every person you lose or lost, you know that you tried your best. They tried their best. And you've lost guilt, at least for the most part. You just find yourself being thankful that either through actions of theirs that helped you be here today, or actions of yours in the past that you wanted to change to try to keep them going. You think of your small gnomish friend, and you think of broad human. You think of these people you used to travel with before the Keepers were things that you knew, and before the Shadows were something that you spent too much time with in the Caraptus. You feel thankful that you've learned. You can do a lot now. A lot more than you could before. While you're not perfect, and while people will fall, you know there's a lot more people that won't, because you exist. Because they existed before that. Because your friends exist. And it's easy to be tough. It's easy to embrace that darkness and just let it wash over. But now, it's also easier to accept that darkness is no longer here. And sure, it's coming. There's something coming. It's not the same, but it's bad. But you have a support system now. You have people that you didn't have before. You have Julia, yeah, but you have all these others. You literally get strength from one of them. And if you lean on them, they can take it. And sometimes they'll need you to lean on too. And even if you're in complete darkness, it's a lot less scary when you're standing next to other people that you can trust. And so you and Julia enjoy homemade food and whiskey and each other's company and the breeze and the fire crackles and comfort. And just good dreams. Confidence. Dagner doing anything?
He is going to spend a lot of time kind of training and readying the Golgari soldiers for the battle.
Okay.
And then he's also going to kind of start setting up Aliska to succeed him if he dies in the fight, so that the leadership is unbroken.
She's surprised. As you spend time with the Golgari, there is there's a lot of buzz, I guess you could say. The Golgari themselves are charged with defending the elemental gates, including the Fae and the Shadowfell and other places. Not all of them, but a lot of them. The different places where ley lines are, where the barrier between the material plane and the others shift and get thin. Since you have all taken the essences of these places, those gates have started to blink out. On day 1 of the first week, everything seems relatively normal. But by day 2 of this week, the first of the last 5 stars blinks out. On day 3, you get reports from the Golgari that storms have begun along all ocean sides. Not just Kador, all ocean sides. You get several advisors to ask you, is there any coastline that you want them to try to help control the weather at? As you get reports of just roiling black seas and lightning, sometimes hurricane-like reports. You command a large number of druids, although not all of them are. And so they ask. Your main coastline that you've ever been to is probably Nightstone, Tin Top, and Marengo. But there's plenty of coastline. I mean, there's lots. Yeah. Tin Top. There's that small town of Old Ashton as well that you guys fought alongside and escaped on his boat with Hansel and Guar, and where he sort of makes his town, his home port. It hasn't encroached onto land yet, but
I would say Nightstone and Tin Top are probably top priority. And then any other larger areas of population, any other coastal cities.
okay. And so the first week, unless anybody else has anything to say, it ends.
The only thing was, I kind of wanted to take a day trip with Jordan to Nightstone one last time, and preferably when it's safe.
Okay. If you'd, so day trip meaning you're taking the Hartnell, or?
If we can.
Yeah, at some point there's, during the first week, there's going to be at least a couple days.
Yeah.
Okay. So they come and ask you, Professor?
Sure. I say go for it. Just tell her wherever you want to go.
Are you even going
Have
to be
fun.
there? Or are you just letting the Hartnell go?
Oh, it's their thing. I'm not gonna. The Hartnell can fly itself now. I trust them.
Yeah. Hartnell can. So, for the first time ever, Elenia and Jordan are left alone in the Hartnell to choose where they go.
It's a big well, not responsibility, but trust, I guess.
Hello, darling.
Hi, would you be able to take us to Nightstone for the day?
Nightstone. Yes. Yes, I could. You'd have to spend 8 hours there.
It's fine.
Excellent. Would you like anyone else to go before we head off?
Just the two of us. Jordan, did you want to bring the house, or?
Yeah. Sure. Oh, you should grab Bo.
Why?
Or do we want to leave him chewing in the field?
He's fine in the field, right?
Okay. Also, Bo has definitely been, while you've been away, sleeping in the barn at night, where Professor's warehouse is. EJ seems to be letting him in whenever the weather isn't good or when it gets cold. So,
I love him.
and you have noticed also in the last few days, Professor, that EJ and Bo spent quite a bit of time together. So this large yellow exoskeletal robot with an AI brain has made quick friends with Bo the elk.
Cute.
The
Okay.
bestest of friends.
So you're done. Grabs your portable house, it becoming a small little satchel thing, and he comes over.
All right,
Okay,
let's go.
you do, and when you get there, there are storms along the coastline. There's rain. There's people sort of gathering shelter and stuff. It's not super violent here, but you can see out of the bay, the further in, storms and the occasional of thunder. Most of the boats are pulled out at this point. There's not a ton of activity other than hunkering down, spending time, and in fact Nightstone itself is largely a skeleton crew. Most of the about 800 people that live here have made their way, along with Alexander and Vala, back to Gygax. There are some that stay, a lot of older people that have decided not to take the trip. They decided to ride it out in their homes where they've always lived. But occasionally there's peaks of sunlight. The clouds don't extend forever, and there are breaks during the day. What do you want to do?
Just set up the house somewhere, probably near where Alexander's house is.
Okay.
On the coast.
Sure. So you walk to the end of town, and Nightstone itself is this large cliff that overlooks a vast ocean below it. Much like some towns in like Wales, and the cold ocean breeze is very familiar to you. Even from all the way up here, 200-300 feet up, you still get a little bit of that ocean spray as it smashes against the rocks, and the rain itself spritzes, and you see the large Lathandrian temple with glass that points towards sunrise, an entire wall of it. And to the north of that, the small circular home of Alexander that has been not abandoned, but very locked up and shuttered. Take the house out, and make space for it, and toss it out and step back as it folds out. And you step inside your home?
Yeah.
Alright. Step inside, and the rain and the ocean sort of subsides a little bit. A fire starts, sort of crackling. You just spend time there? Is there anything you want to talk about?
I guess there's like maybe a couple of things that I want to, or one, I don't know. I do want to talk to him.
Go for it.
It's just nice to be away from everything for a bit.
As he sort of snuggles you on the couch, you sort of lay in his lap. He's the big spoon. Rose spends a little bit of time curled up on that little seat that they sometimes fall asleep on together. Basically making like a little cuddle pile for himself in the on the cushion. The smell of tea fills the air as it brews.
Keep trying to be brave about everything, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm actually terrified.
I mean, it makes sense to be terrified. He sort of brushes his dirty blonde, brownish hair aside. He hasn't had a haircut in a little bit, and is starting to have to move it. A little stubble. He seems more focused on other things than his own appearance at this time. He sort of grabs your hand and squeezes it. I don't think I feel fear. I don't think it's fear. I'm mad. I don't want to deal with this shit. Nobody wants to deal with this shit. This thing's trying to... I don't know. It wants to take everything? Everything?
Yeah.
It doesn't get to.
What if I feel like the worst circumstance is that it's unlikely that it's going to take nothing. And if we stop it, it's gonna still have taken so much from us.
I guess. I think if it was just taking some stuff, I'd be afraid of losing the stuff. The people, whatever. But it wants to take everything. And I'm not scared of that.
No.
That pisses me off. We have a kid, or we will. That's the thing. It's taking the future. The Velios has kids. A lot of people have kids. But we know these kids. I want to see what they turn into. I want to see... I don't know. Maybe Velios... he wants to open that place. I want to see what that is. I want to see what Icilius and Julia do. I want to see what they do together. I want to see what Professor ends up teaching those damn kids at the school.
I don't know if I want to see that.
I want to see. What that little bean turns into. Yeah, he might not talk about it, but when you see Avelios with those kids, he's always smiling. I didn't have that. But I could. We could be that. We could be that.
Yeah.
For someone. I want to see what you look like when you're old. And what I look like, to be fair. Silver Fox is what I'm going for.
You're gonna be as handsome as ever. I worry about in the event that we win that you don't make it.
That I don't make it.
Yeah.
Huh. Hadn't thought about that. Well. If you make it, no matter what, at least a little bit of me does. And honestly, I feel like I'm too mad to die.
You say that, but I was so scared when they took you the first time.
Seems like I'm fine. You dream about it sometimes, though.
What kind of dreams?
It's their faces. Not understanding what they're saying.
I think I'm just bracing myself for anything at this point. I hope that there aren't losses, not of anybody I care about, but
Every single loss is gonna be exactly what we need. I've been working a lot. With everybody I can while you guys have been away. I think they're prepared. I honestly think as long as the 5 of you are fighting, and they see that, and they'll see it. You're pretty bright. Little beacons. I think we'll be okay. Me and the B team will be okay too.
You better be. You have a promise to keep.
I do. I'm a paladin. I make promises. That's the point.
Have you thought about what we're gonna do after all of this?
You know, a little bit. I was actually looking. Back home, I spent a little time when you all went away with Icilius. We spent a decent amount of time, just talking and working around the house and doing stuff. And about a mile down the beach is a little ranch nobody uses anymore. You've lived next to water your whole life, and I've lived in the woods. We got Bo. He needs his own place to run around, I think. We have Rose, who I think could use I don't know. Fewer people around and more sky. You have a Chiron.
Yeah.
Bo could use a friend. Bo, in fact, might want more friends. We already have a house and can go wherever we want. There's a little plot right there. Could fix up the fence. Could, maybe see if there's any other animals that need a home. A dog, maybe? A normal pet?
A normal
A
pet?
cat?
You're the one that bought me a very strange pet in the first place.
Yeah. kind of got sold to me. Hard sell.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Too
also.
impulsive.
Oh, what?
Too impulsive.
That's true. Well, I was also thinking there's this really great tree. And I didn't have this. But I was thinking with Professor's help, probably Icilius as well, our kid could have the best goddamn treehouse ever.
I mean, yeah, they could.
And not for nothing, but luck dragons sort of live hundreds of years, so Rose is never going to be bigger than this. A forever dragon puppy. And I don't hate the idea of our kid growing up with a little bit of luck.
Yeah.
Sort of a best friend forever situation, so that's what I thought. And also, the thing that really clinched it was there's an old sort of shed there. I don't think anyone's using it for anything. But, it is overgrown, covered in roses. Seemed a little serendipitous. So, yeah, I was going to surprise you with that, by the way, but whatever.
Well, you didn't have to say anything, but
Yes, I did.
I'm glad you told me. I think if I have something to focus on in the future, keep my head clear.
And the schools are going to be a lot better, just relative to,
Yeah.
maybe save on the explosives stuff for like
Yeah,
a family
yeah.
reunion thing when, Auntie Professor's
Well-
back to teach us about flammables. Like, I think maybe maybe we could pace that out a little bit better.
I do still want to work in Gygax at Skypoint, so
Well, the cool thing about this is our house can be seasonal.
moves. Yeah.
The winters here suck. So I was thinking about snowbirding a little bit. If Icilius and Julia want to come, it'd be fun too. Double dates and stuff. I feel like you'd like her a lot more. You should spend more time with her, I think. She's very much... She is clearly the part of Icilius that says yes to things.
She's the decisive one.
Well, you called it impulsive earlier, but maybe that's why I like her. Yeah. So that's what I want to do. Any additions?
Well, other than I'd like to work on that project with Alexander to actually set up a sort of a place of rest and healing, and I don't know if worship is going to be a thing after all this, but something better than what was there before. the churches.
In Sky Point?
Yeah.
Make it a little... You know, we could rename it.
I've been thinking about it.
And?
I'll keep it secret.
Honey potted again. Alright, anything else?
Nope. Just gonna spend the rest of the day relaxing with them. And then, on the way back, I would like to pass through town, and if anybody last minute wants a ride out, offer them a trip
Okay,
with the heart on.
go ahead and roll a persuasion check with advantage, since Jordan would probably be telling the people to come too.
Ooh. Wow, that was a... So I rolled a 1 and a 19.
Oh, okay.
So that's... Oh my god, wait.
It's like a 1. Fuck off!
A 38.
38? Jesus fucking Christ.
It's 19!
You have a plus 19 to persuasion? Oof.
You gave me that fucking bonkers relic.
If you so desire, you can take the last 3 dozen or so people in town.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, most of them are older, a few couples, and basically not really any children or anything, just older people or people set in their ways or people that were maybe not able to make the trip. Give about almost 40 people emptying Nightstone until it can be repopulated safely.
Just gonna make sure everybody's situated and bring them back and find places for them.
Okay. Plenty of places right now, as the city is definitely growing in size and population just from people becoming, I guess, refugees here. So, the second week begins. I guess we'll go back in order. Evelios. At the beginning of the week, weather here becomes a little strange and volatile. Storms gather quickly, sending rain and sleet down on Gygax while they finish up with the crystals around the edge. It could snow and blizzard for an hour and then become sunny. Maintaining the weather here, even with the Golgari, becomes a little hard to do. So many people have started to do more indoor things because they can't really expect it, or doing outdoor things for short periods of time. So, what do you want to do?
The next thing I had on my list was just helping out around the city. Helping people get stuff ready, helping wherever I can help. I wanted to also do some training with the archers and stuff like that.
Okay. Go ahead and, for the purposes of this, go ahead and roll a survival check to And you can do so with advantage because you have like a whole week to devote to that. So survival check with advantage to determine the way shelters are working, to help with the archers and stuff like that.
28.
28. Okay. All of you begin noticing people from the coasts begin to descend upon Gygax refugee style. Every day, dozens of people in carts, gathering as many belongings as they can, start to evacuate the edges. It seems as though they started last week and are just now getting here. A myriad of different people and different cultures. You get a few halflings. You get several elves, humans, half elves. A few bands of orcish descending people. Some draconic descended people. And it's always pretty mixed. Gnomes are coming from the east, from all sides, and you're starting to really experience a clamor of individuals all around the city. At this point, anyone that can create food and water has been asked to do so. There's been...
Me and Jadon can help with that.
There's been several people that have set up sort of camps like this. And the elven superiors led by Xeno Elixis and your major advisors as well, Evelios, led by what was her name? Magister Prolium Axia Vozilla, which you met one time at the front of the Southern Dragon War, before that was settled. She was the 6'6" battle master eagle Aarakocra with deep red-brown feathers, very muscular, and she had that golden armor. As she showed you the desolate sort of no man's land where the war front was. She has taken up the last of the troops from the south and moved them into Gygax. And they sit you down and they have begun to basically say that the center of the city, the bowl city of Gygax, seems to be the safest place to keep the innocent people. So right now people are staying in their homes and everything, but in the last days there have been massive construction efforts to open up the underground areas. And hopefully provide enough shelter for everybody to ride out whatever collateral damage there could be in as best way as possible. There's going to be and you know this from very early on when you were in Gygax, there are a few you could consider arterial sort of roadways that lead directly to the center. Those are being cleared on every wedge to make sure that there's always quick access to the very center. It will be a dead run for people on the outside if that's where they want to be. But slowly but surely, they're trying to ensure this. So that's what that military is working on. And then there are basically Axia requests the Praetorian, and she'll have some select of her guards. The elves as well are going to, and there are some Dragonborn fighters that are being left in the center as well, for a last stand, so to speak, if it comes to that. So, you seem to have successfully helped in that way over this week, still spending time with your family, of course, and spending time with everybody else, but your focus being there seems to be successful. So all the archers and infantry that you guys have are as proficient as they can be at this point for that. Is there anything else? You're making a face, making a thinky.
No, I'll just tell her whatever you need, take it.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be, at this point, much of an urgency on money. It seems to be more time and resources in general. So they're spending time. Okay. Professor.
I wanted to help. I know there was discussion about like setting up sort of similar arcane shields and stuff that were on the nest. If there's any other magical defenses like that that I could help out with,
Do you
I
have
would
any
like
ideas for other magical defenses?
Well, there was for a time I made like spell scrolls. Could I take time and maybe help make some offensive spell scrolls for people who maybe don't normally have magical stuff, but it would help just give some extra firepower to them. It does take materials. I do have some materials though,
Let me see.
and it just takes time.
So it takes the amount of time to copy it into your spell book,
Mm-hmm.
and then it takes. It depends on the save DC. So the normal save DC or attack bonus, just standard, it starts at 13 or +5. And that adds basically a modifier onto the price in materials. So if you just want a bunch of first levels, it'll take basically double the amount.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gets exponentially more expensive in resources. So how many resources do you want to spend on that, basically, is the question, I guess. But if you would like to have access to spell scrolls as well, you can make them for yourselves.
Sure.
But really high-level stuff takes quite a bit of time. So
Yeah, hold on. I'll just probably make a bunch of first levels and give them to, like, different groups of... I don't know if we have, like... I don't know what the official, like, setup is in terms of, like, battalions or, like, you know,
yeah.
groups, but give them to...
So Zeno and Axia would be the two military-minded people that are dealing with that. There is discussion that you guys will have to sit down and sort of decide the battle plan as late as possible. Once you know what your defenses are like and who's going to be in the city. So,
Sure. Let's see. On me, I have 11 levels worth of spell supplies.
Okay. So
So let's say
takes an hour per spell level, right? Or is that
I think it's 2 hours.
2 hours per spell level? Okay.
So over the course of that week, I'll try and crank out, let's say, 5 shields.
Okay.
And 6, I don't know, let's see, chromatic orbs, and then I'll give them to sort of some of the military leaders and be like, hey, if you think there's anyone who could use these.
Chromatic orbs take a material component. Do you have those
Oh,
as
do
well? Yeah, that takes a
See what it
50, or I think it's a 50 GP diamond.
A diamond worth 50 GP. I actually don't have that on me. Then I'll just make them all shields, I guess, just to bolster
Okay.
some of their defenses,
Sure.
and just say, hey, if anyone could use these.
All right. Yeah, that's super valuable since the DC doesn't matter on that. So, yeah. So you take 22 hours of your week to copy those down and spread them out. And there are other arcane individuals doing similar things around here, and it inspires a couple of people to follow suit. So there are several people around that have access to these things that are going to be fighting.
Okay.
All right. So, Egnir, you're muted. Just in case.
I think he's probably going to continue spending time running the troops, and then probably like the latter half of the week go to Numai and make sure everything is coming along on her end as well with preparations.
Okay. Numai has committed to be in Gygax to try to help. She is, of course, committing some defenses to her own kingdom. Can't bring everybody. But you have Dragonborn there that are available. She takes you aside at some point during this. My love. You... You and I began this journey together not long ago. And albeit we have much passion, I did not think that it would extend further than respect and pleasures of flesh, but I find myself thinking of you. I find myself worried for you. And that is strange. You have the powers of earth, fire, wind, water, and now heart. You are my champion. And when this is over, I wish to truly be your queen. Not in name or title. But I wish to support you and your endeavors. And I want you to think about how we live our lives in the future, and what that looks like. I don't care for the politics of my people. I don't care if we have riches. What if we simply lived? As dragons together. Is this something you wish? You already have the lifespan. And I have she sort of touches the edges of the emerald necklace that she always wears. And within this I have one last, well, she sort of motions to you to unclasp her necklace for her as she leans in.
I'll do so.
You unhook it, and she says, look within. You hold it in your hand, and you look down in, and you see inside the necklace a humanoid figure. Smiling, noticing you, and turning and looking up at you as it sits among what looks to be luxury items, pouring a glass of wine to itself. It has semi-draconic features, very vaguely, just like scales along the cheekbones and very attractive cheekbones. Very jagged features. Pointed ears with dozens of gold glittering earrings in that. And the bottom half of the body, a wisp of smoke. I have one more wish. And she pulls it back from you and puts the necklace on. If it is your true desire to do so, After this, after all of this, we could live indefinitely and forge our own kingdom, wherever that may be, in whatever way that might be. And then Egnir, with all of your titles, could simply be the Green Emperor of the Skies.
That is a very tempting offer. It would be nice to get away from Aussie politics.
Yes. And I know that you sometimes seek comfort as a crocodilian beast in the glades.
It's a simple pleasure.
But the endless glades of Vadagard are all warm. We could fly there. We could choose a place. We could never again have to deal with such issues. We could also go to the glades beneath the twin summit peaks, where no dragons have flown in thousands of years. In the peaks of the Savage Reaches, or the vast glades to the east of Vordarth. A land untouched by others like us. Only those unwise would disrupt our life. A new empire. Forged in whatever way we see. Not bound to our past, but bound to our futures.
I like the sound of that.
This pleases me.
Think once I have punished the man in the bronze mask, we should do that.
Kill his beast as well, but yes. And do punish him. Make him feel the punishment.
It will not be quick.
Save the moments. I wish to experience them as well. Remember them. Good. Well. You get back to work. She pulls you in and gives you a passionate kiss and lets you go and walks away and teleports herself.
Fucking witch.
Let's go to Elenia and then Icilius, because it was off the hook for 2 in a row.
Um, my plan was basically to get with Violetta to make sure that everyone is prepared with supplies that they need. Um, food, water, any kind of ammunition or anything that they might need, weapons, to procure all of that for them. And then also to, I know we're not going over specific plans, but I'd like to like run drills and make sure everyone has a clear line of like a chain of command and understands like specific order structures and like
Okay.
yeah.
I don't know why I'm making you roll, but go ahead and roll a persuasion check. As you're giving a lot of orders and telling them what to do, so with advantage.
I don't know why I'm making
I
you
don't know why I'm
roll.
making you roll. Go ahead and roll with advantage, of course. Since both
Uh,
yourself and Violetta are there in her large,
30.
her large muscular frame with furs around her neck, her battle axe, her blue tattoos along her face. You will all listen to the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie not only of Nine Stone, but the Valkyrie of the Keepers. And until you see that light go out, you fight. And if that light should go out, you fight to bring it back. Fight with everything. And if we should die here, know that our ghosts will rise up to haunt the murderers of this place, and we will rise to kill them again. For the record, she's a zealot barbarian.
Oh shit. All I knew was she was a warlord. I didn't know that
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah.
Okay. Everyone seems to know what they have going on. There's going to be an official meeting later on with the heads of everybody, but it seems independently, each of your forces seems to be handling it quite well. And Icilius. Anything this week? Still spend time with,
Honestly, just gonna keep enjoying the downtime. Peaceful home life.
I
I'm
figure
gonna try to find a new cat. We used to have one of those.
a new cat. Okay. Are you finding a specific type of cat?
Just a stray that needs a home.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check with advantage since she's helping. As you walk around the town of Brown Cedar Hold when you guys need some food.
16?
Okay. It's a bad perception roll for you.
It is.
But luckily, stray cats always border civilization. So, as you make a day trip into Brown Cedar Hold proper, instead of just the border where you live, walking along the cobblestone streets and seeing people hunkering down, you end up buying some smoked fish. And in the back, near where the scrap of this is kept, usually fish bones and other things like that, near the background of the smoker, you hear a tiny little mew. You sort of look around the edge there. You see not a kitten, maybe 2 or 3 years old. You see a very, very fluffy, sort of knotted, sort of sort of scraggly, I guess.
Matted?
Matted, thank you. Sort of matted fur, but it's got fluff to it, but it's sort of like they're starting to grow together a little bit from being unwashed and dirty and outside. Mostly near the back, as you know, cats try to take care of themselves pretty much, but still a little dirty. Sort of lean around, and then as you lean around, when you hear the mew, the person that's selling the smoked fish, this older guy with like sort of deep leathery wrinkles in his skin, and he probably smells like smoked fish. He's been doing this forever, as he probably fishes out at the lake and brings it back to fish or to smoke here. He grabs a little bit of the smoked fish and sprinkles it on the ground near the cat, and oh, hello, back again. Then he sees that you're looking at the cat and goes, "Oh, you seeing my little stray over here? Wouldn't happen to be in the market for one, would you? I don't have any room at home. Just hangs out around the stall."
Actually, I kind of impulsively am in the search of a cat.
Huh, well. I think it's a girl. Seems to like fish. I call her Goldie.
It's a good name.
I thought so. On account of that she's gold. Could use a little fattening up, though. Tell you what. You promised to give the kitty cat a very comfortable fattening life. You can keep the fish. It's on me. I hear bad things are coming.
They are, but
I'm too old to make the trek to Gygax, and hopefully these walls will keep us safe enough, but well, we can't have something as defenseless as this being out here in the rain. Not a warm home.
you know, if you want, I could probably have my friends teleport you there. At least until things are over.
I would. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I got a, he sort of pats his left hand and you see a ring there. He kind of looks off in space and I got a memory to watch over back home, so.
And a few of those myself.
Looks over to Julie and says, well, hopefully you continue to make some in the days to come and hopefully after.
That's the plan, yeah. Once we put this whole thing to bed.
Lean down and give her some of that fish, and she'll be like in the palm of your hand, quite literally.
Squat down and hold out some of the fish.
Squat down, do it, and sort of tentatively sort of walks up to you, and then does that thing that all cats do, and they sort of sniff for a second, and then scarfs it up really fast, and then starts to walk in between you and Julia's legs, purring. Julia sort of picks her up and just boops on the face, scritches, and whew. I'll trade you for the very fishy smoked fish. Throw hands
Sure.
over. You do. The cat does stink a little bit, but it immediately nuzzles in. Yeah, feels right. Feels good.
I'll give her a bath when we get home.
I appreciate it. And, if there is an after, bring her around sometime.
Absolutely.
Got some free fish in it for her.
I'm sure she would like that.
He nods and gets back to it as another customer comes up, and he smiles as you guys walk away and grab the rest of your groceries. And now you got a kitty cat.
This'll do for now.
Julia looks at you as you hold the cat. Are we gonna be cat parents?
Well, thought we could use another life in the house, and from what I'm led to believe, being human parents takes a little more time.
Yeah, we might be. We're in our 40s. I don't know. Cats seem like a reasonable time investment, huh?
That's work too.
I have a decade to catch up with you anyway. Who knows? If your balls still work. She sort of smiles and laughs at you and gives you a kiss on the cheek. Play your cards right. Who knows?
Oh, you're lucky you're cute.
Yes, I am. You guys walk off towards home. On the third day of this week, another star blinks out. It's becoming an event to watch the stars and watch them go out as they flicker and fade until they become so weak you have to sort of not focus on them and see them in your peripheral. Until even then, you can't see them. It takes about an hour or two. The day after, as people continue to refugee into the city, there are scattered reports of heightened ghost activity. And clerics have begun gathering in circles. Alexander invited to one of these as a former but still respected member of the Gygaxian clergy. Coming out of that, as Elenia and Jordan, you are now home in the second week and dealing with everything, and everybody seems to be around except for Isilius. At this point, it seems as though freshly dead souls have nowhere to go. And not all, but sometimes. That creates a bad situation. So for now, it's become the top priority of any holy person, specifically clerics, to oversee proper burial rites and to sanctify the bodies of the dead to prevent undeath in any form. Remember, weeks are 5 days. So, week number 3 will end on day 15. So, still going in order. Velios, what's left on your list as the third week rolls around?
The next and final thing that I have planned
Mm-hmm.
is just check in on the political climate, see how everyone's feeling.
So, you gather the elders, and anybody with any societal pull, in an open forum in the courts that you once presided over as emperor. And you have lots of different opinions on stuff going on, lots of people to listen to. Go ahead and roll just a wisdom check with advantage as you spend the next week or so tending to your specific aspect of society and what you can control, and trying to call upon, your own wisdom.
21?
Okay. So over the course of the next week, focusing on the issues that are being brought up to you, food is number one, shelter. That's pretty quickly taken care of. There's enough people with magical knowledge within the Aarakocra Society to handle that in a more efficient way. Easy. There's a group of people. It seems like the room is almost split. There's a group of people that have seen you bud into kind of a person that the whole community leans on. And even though you said that your intention was to create a council, they're hoping that you will be a part of it. You don't have to be in charge, but they want you to be a part. The other half of the room seems to want to respect your wishes and says, we can take it from here. He's done enough. He's going to put his life on the line. He has a new family. If he wants to forgo his nobility, there'll still be respect in the community. And if he ever, really needs to speak up, it will be taken into consideration. But the Wiseau family has gone through a lot. And maybe taking something off the plate is a good thing. And you see clear points in both ways. You don't necessarily like dealing with people. You don't need to have that all the time, but the crown weighs less than it did before. It's not as burdensome. It doesn't cause as much anxiety. You've settled in a bit. Which surprises yourself. You're not a words guy. You're a shoot stuff with magic arrows guy. You're a stab things with blood swords guy. But you find yourself comfortable in this room of people staring at you for answers. Comfortable in saying that you don't have the answers, and comfortable deferring to those that might. This feels like the kind of wisdom that your dad had. Someone who respected the other people around him rather than wielding what was total power. The wisdom to not wield that power, even though he had it. You know definitely that your voice in those rooms would be a good thing. And you also know, definitely, that spending that time with your family instead is also a good thing. So it really comes down to, where do you want to be? Do you want to, not emperor anymore, but a member of the new council of Gygax? Or do you just want to be a guy who manages, hopefully, the very successful business of the Footed Arrow with his good friend Seiko? You could do both, but you could focus on one. Food for thought?
To be continued.
So, Professor?
I wanted to talk to the Hartnell, and I think you also said something when we were talking about the other day, using the cube and experimenting with it in the Hartnell or something with a series of checks. I don't know what you were specifically.
Yeah, you don't know how the cube works.
Yeah, I need to do that too, but I
Right.
wanted to talk to the Hartnell first.
Right, well, that's part of the same thing, really, because the Hartnell is the conduit through which you would understand that, and it's
Yeah.
how you've ever used it in the past. Is
I know, I just wanted
Yeah.
to talk about an unrelated thing
Sure.
first.
Yeah, so you can do either. So you want to do that first instead?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk in. Cube is there and able to take place anytime, but you have some stuff to do in the meantime, and you're working on your own thing. And so you walk in. Hartnell greets you as per usual. Hello, sweetheart.
Hi.
Hello.
So, we're coming pretty close to the make or break in the next...
Yes. It seems as though we have about 14 days. Although my early warning system has not gone off yet. I will say there have been slight pings around the globe. Not of major events, nothing like Ivory Drift, but I think this is a global event.
Yes. That would make sense.
I also think, statistically, it seems the predictions were true. The places with the collection of the most magic seems to be the landing place. And we have 7 very large magical conduits amplifying high-level magics to protect the city, and we're the only city, apparently, from my readings, that have anything like that.
Yeah.
So it will definitely be here, which is a good and bad thing.
Well,
We know where we're fighting that, so good job, I would say.
yeah.
But you had other things?
I know you only became sentient recently.
There was always a spark. I feel as though it feels like how you all describe dreaming. Sort of intangible. I feel like I've been here forever. And I want you to know. Well, thank you.
I was going to say the same to you. I don't know.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you, of course. I couldn't do anything without you, and so you are welcome. Believe me, you're welcome. It's not easy what I do. It is underappreciated, frankly, but your creativity caused this.
When we left the city, I could have wound up just about anywhere at any time, and I appreciate that you brought us here.
I don't remember doing it in that way.
Yeah.
But I'll take the credit.
It's all yours.
You looked for me in outhouses. How did you not recognize which one?
You know, it's just good to be thorough. That's why the branding is important now. The heart. It'll help me identify you if we ever get separated again. It's fine.
Yes, or to sell merch in the future.
We could talk about that when the world maybe doesn't end.
You know, you did have me replicate many, many tacos.
Yeah, I did. Are we gonna invent tacos?
Really small ones.
Okay.
And I've been working on something for you.
What?
I think you're gonna like it.
Probably.
One moment. And the whole console room blinks off.
Okay.
A moment goes by. And then you hear plink, 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 plink. You look over towards the noise. And standing there is a humanoid form in a black sort of sport coat with a purple vest with stars underneath. You see a button-up shirt underneath that. A little bow tie. But that sport coat descends into a dress. And you see purple skin. And you see horns. And you see hooves. Goggles on its forehead. And hot as fuck. You see an amalgam of all the past yous in their new female form. Standing there. Well?
You look amazing.
I used a lot of organic matter that you have left throughout me to create
No!
to create a simulacrum that I could meet pilot and move around independent of the Hartnell. And also, I figured I'll take a little bit of the good stuff from everything and add some hot tits. How'd I do?
10 out of 10.
I thought so, as she spins around. You can call this version of me just Heart.
Sure.
And a little part of me thinks, maybe this is how we could have been at some point, huh? Had we started out with all the information we had at the beginning, now we can, and now I'm here.
I don't know how Kasdan is gonna feel about this, but
Well, I have no interest in Kasdan, but if that ever changes for you, it's basically masturbation. Only half
what?
joking, only half joking. Half a joke.
Let's deal with the end of the world first, okay? We'll deal with the end of the world.
Well,
And then we'll...
I don't know how long you live. Elves live a long time. Maybe you'll need company old. Or maybe I can find someone else, that's fine. Or multiple others. Or another one of myself.
Alright, she's a slut. Apparently somewhere, Innate and Professor is just a slutty heart.
Well, anyways. This version of me is, yes, less useful, but still. Walks.
Just to be clear,
Yes.
one of the things that was in here was Icilius's hand.
Oh, I only needed a sample.
Okay,
I just needed
alright.
some humanoid DNA.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
the
checking.
hand still
Does that-
exists, I think.
That's good. That would have.
It's
Okay.
yeah, no, it's frozen in the bar icebox still.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes me feel a little better. That's good.
Yes. Also, I think you lost someone here.
Kradash, we had him in. Yeah, he was in here for a while, living.
I think that's fine. That's probably fine.
We got him out, right?
Yeah.
Did you?
Wait. I know at some point we released him. We had him in a Ketchum-sphere, and then we released him from the Ketchum-sphere. Was he on the Hartnell? Did we remove
No, we
him
got
from...
rid of him, didn't we? We like released him into the wild. Covered in shit.
Well, then I don't know what that is, but it will be a interesting thing to deal with later. Don't worry about it.
What?
So, well, I can't leave this space unless I were to deaden the box itself, but I'm gonna go back to normal now.
What is this? Are you gonna just like flop over unconscious when this
I
happens?
would,
Okay.
but back here I have a... It's more provocative to call it a sarcophagus, isn't it? It's a bed with a cover on it to keep me pristine and moist. You can't just leave someone in a bed. You have to flip them like a rotisserie chicken.
Don't want to get bed sores. That makes sense.
Yes. So, I'll enter my artificial placental sarcophagus, and we'll come back to finish this. But I'm glad you like it. She spins one more time. And you hear her walk away. And then...
Sarah looks deeply disturbed.
What is wrong with you?
I think we all are.
I'm not.
You can't end
This
this
is fine.
campaign without something fucking weird happening to the professor, okay?
All right, let's figure out how the magic box works, shall we?
We shall. Well, hook it up and hook yourself up as well with it. Get comfortable. We'll be here for a bit. So you sit down.
do.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I do, so I'll
Okay.
connect myself and the box to the Hartnell to try and figure out how this thing works.
So you connect it to the console itself. You sit down and you connect yourself to the other side of it. So it's basically a shared conduit between the three of you. Go ahead and make me 3 Arcana checks, all with advantage because you have the algorithm and the Hartnell.
Okay.
And tell me the totals of each of the 3 rolls.
The total of all 3 together.
I mean, each separately.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's good. 31.
Okay.
27. And 30.
Okay. So. The cubic gate contains the 6 essences that you've gathered, and thus the divine seeds of creation within. It does kind of 2 things. The first thing it will do is that it contains the imprisonment spell, but a specific variety of the imprisonment spell. The DC begins at 10. As you weaken the creature in whatever way that manifests, specifically 2 ways you know of for sure, because you rolled so high. Damage, you don't know at what intervals it weakens it. And also legendary resistances. Burning through those creates a weakened state as well. For obvious reasons. But you would need to burn through 3 at least, you know of, legendary resistances for a mechanical perspective. You don't know how many it has. It could have more.
Mm-hmm.
But a legendary resistance would allow it to automatically save any saving throw. So, obviously important to get through. Damage itself helps as well to weaken.
Sorry, what's the name of the spell again?
It's called imprisonment, but it's not the imprisonment spell within your book.
Yeah.
You will need to, along with as many others that you can, maximum 5, minimum 3, because you need to be able to touch 5 sides of the cube, leaving one side open. The side that remains open will determine the form of imprisonment. If this fails, you don't know what happens. So, the 6 different options for imprisonment reflect the 6 different sides of the cube itself.
Okay.
You have rebirth, the essence that you've gotten from Lathander. This will set whatever being is targeted with this to forever be held in the womb of the sun. Unable to escape, unable to be reached. You have death, the essence that you gain from the god Zix. The soul will be removed forever and sent into a demi-plane of darkness, locked away from the material plane. The body itself will remain. Suffering. From the god of suffering. The target will be sent to forever agonize in pits of acid and slime. The elements. The target will be reduced to base elements and roil in an eternal vortex, restoring the elemental chaos and all of the things. All this would happen otherwise. Time. The target is placed just outside of perceivable time, unable to ever join the material plane again. And lastly, bounty.
Are they aware during that? Like they're aware that they're just outside of it? Okay.
And lastly, bounty. The target is scattered into infinite pieces and will rebirth the sky with stars. The second thing it does after the imprisonment, due to only your very high roll have you discovered this, is an event that is buried deep within the sort of, call it arcane coating of the artifact itself, crafted by Toll. And it takes you 5 pretty much straight days of uncoding this. You enter a brain space of multiple strings and threads in an impossible web. But between the Hartnell yourself and the algorithmic intelligence you now possess, you can begin unscrambling this. And although it takes a week of your time, you do know that upon success, those that are touching the cube left over will be responsible for an event that Toll has buried within this, titled The Recreation. You do not know what that means. You would have had to average 35 to get the further information than that.
Okay.
So, Agnir? Or Icilius, rather. I believe, right? Or both. Did we skip?
It was Agnir left, I
There's
believe.
Agnir left, right? You just got Cat. Was the last thing you did?
That was week 2.
That was week 2. Okay, so I think you guys both still then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Did I ask Alenia yet? No.
No.
So we'll do Agni or Alenia. Icilius like before. Okay. Sorry, it's going a little long.
I think I would like to try. I guess at this point we're pretty confident Soldier is cooperating with us, right?
She seems to be cooperating. Blue Dragonborn are helping install the last of the sort of magical spires. She doesn't really engage with you a lot, and spends most of the time in the southern districts in the sort of setting up shelter and space for her draconic bloodline. People that have... It's interesting. She's saying that these people are here to help, but there seems to be an aspect of refugee that's coming as well, of Dragonborn of all types. Chromatic, metallic, kobold, guard drake, Dragonborn, dragonkin, dragons themselves. All younger, none of the ancient or adults. You get a sense she's treating this a little bit like an arc, in a way, in case. Just in case. But she still maintains an air of confidence whenever she interacts with any of you.
Then I'm just going to continue training our forces and spending some time personally sparring with Aliska and Bella Luna as well.
Okay. Also of note, Amaron. Has been spending more time here and trying to use his clerical prowess to ensure a sort of sanctified area. You spend time training the others, Aliska specifically. Although you've always had a rivalry, she clearly has a lot of respect, especially for your titles. She never, breaks, face, really, as is pretty customary with your people. There's a lot of stoicism, I suppose. But you can tell that spending this time it goes beyond respect. It seems to be very meaningful. It seems to be this is often a way that your people show, if you want to call it love or friendship, that you experience with one another. The respect to give someone else you fighting beside them is big, and she didn't think that she was to a level that would obtain such attention. And that's like stuff that keepers do. Like it's matriarch shit. So she's definitely touched in her way by this. Anything else with that? Okay.
Nothing in particular. No.
All right. You also get a glimpse of Kabi. he is teaching some of the recruits and some of the other Golgari some of his different methods, although he uses his new chameleon body to blend into the space more seamlessly than them, so some of them go for invisibility. He can naturally climb a lot of surfaces. He's a very good archer. He has gone from an incidental champion to a very capable sort of little badass. Not that he ever wasn't sort of badass, but he's. It seems that he's wearing that more. Alenia.
Well, I think I'm gonna do more personal training since kind of taking care of the troops and stuff.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take the time to get with Aurora, and we're basically just gonna practice. And if Jordan wants to help, he can as a sparring. But
Like, you want to hit me with stuff?
I mean,
That's
yeah.
A yes. That's a yes. Okay. All right.
I don't want to hurt you.
He goes.
but...
He goes and grabs a set of plate armor that isn't his normal plate armor. And he puts it on. It's sort of. It's not ill-fitting, but it's not for him.
When I put on your normal armor.
I don't want you to ruin it. And he comes back and he grabs and he puts the helmet on. And he whistles. And clad in his own set of armor, Bo. And he hops
Fuck
on
yes.
Bo.
Jousting, let's go.
And he reaches into his pack and he grabs a cupcake and he feeds it to Bo. Alright, buddy, let's go get our asses kicked. And you guys begin to spar like that for a while. Learning how to do some different things, gain a better way to do it. Bo can't fly. Aurora can. It's not really. It's not really.
It's not really fair.
Super close. It's and he's not as strong as you, but he's resilient. And after a while, the armor seems to be used. And we spent a good couple days doing that together. Jordan likes competition, so he's down. Isilia's still home?
Yeah, I'm gonna milk this time for all it's worth.
All right, you probably got your last week here before you got to head back.
Yep.
All right, so over this week, Star blinks out.
Man.
You're down to 1. Actually, you're down to 2. The next day, Fey gates start going down. And then in the public park nearby the sort of a ring of park that sort of wraps around the entirety of Gygax, much of which you spent during the Bountiful Day. There was this sort of stretch of park that rings around before you get into the before it starts like really descending into the center of town where a lot of the municipal stuff was and a lot of where the council was and all of that. Out of the trees, people start gasping. And there's fright, and people start running away instinctively because they're all on edge. As dozens of humanoids enter into the park, walking out of the trees. as some of you in town respond to this. Professor's gone, so basically Elenia, Jerdun, Velios, Seiko, Vel, a few others are around for this. You're ready to fight something, thinking, "Oh fuck!" I guess.
Yeah, as soon as I hear people running and
Yeah.
gasping, I'm charging off on Aurora
Yeah,
to see what's
a lot of
happening.
people. And there's other military members that you don't know that are starting to engage, but you guys are much faster. You get there and you land down in the park, and you see warriors, bows drawn and pulled, and staring out towards you. Gold and red and orange and green and blue. And then standing amongst them as they walk out from the biggest tree in this portion of the park, you see an ever-shifting greens and golds and blues and purples, like a prismatic person. Long, flowing, curly hair that wafts out in every direction. Almost 7 feet tall, of slender, fey body with long ears that come out to points with jewelry on them. You see a Remarel. Well, well, well. Should have let you all know, I suppose. And walking out of the tree behind as it shuts, 2 huge dog-like creatures that you've seen before, and instead of fur, you see vines and grasses. His 2 feyotes.
It might have been helpful with people a bit on edge.
Yes, well, I can't talk across the plains, but... Well,
Is Kraylin with you?
no, he is doing something in the Shadowfell for me before it falls. The Fae is gone. So,
Well,
we've come to the one place. The one place left. Where we can make a stand. I've sent some others around the globe into some certain spots. And so have some of the other Archfey. The court itself bickered until the very end, as is normal. They came from the ground. It seems they burst through via the elemental plane.
hmm.
They now walk in shadow in the Shadowfell. Kraylin, along with others, are... well... destroying the Caractus. We cannot be having them have access to those creatures within. And so if he makes it, and I hope he does, along with some others, he'll be a hero. And I'm sorry to say that as of moments ago, and you see a little blood now trickle from the forehead and down as they wipe it away. It also shifting, but still remaining crimson underneath. Sort of waves side to side, and people lower their bows, and you see many of them now rushing to each other to see if they're okay, and tending to each other's wounds. A couple of them fall on their knees and start crying.
I'll motion towards some of our people to come and help them.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's attention sort of drops. With the Fae gone, so too do my boons. Can't offer you that at this point, but I can offer you us. And the 50 odd or so that we have.
Well, with all the hospitality you've shown us in the past, I think it's our turn.
Let's make a home here for now. Those of you with magical homes, set them up in the park.
If you need anything from us, let us know. And if any of your people need anything, let us know.
We should be fine. We mostly need rest at this point, but we have a little bit left. How many days do we have? At this point, you have 12.
12, so barely.
Well, my rangers and I will be here for that. I can't imagine the Shadowfell will last much longer, but it's a way out. So we all need rest. Looks up
When you
into the-
have this park.
Looks up into the sky. It's bright here. Anything else you want to do?
I'm basically gonna any food or water that needs to be created or anything like that,
They
and
have a
help with
lot of- they
medical care.
They have
and-
the ability to do that for most of them.
Yeah.
They're rangers and Aremarel is a archfey with most of their power. So the day after another star blinks out, and you see and everybody starts seeing every once in a while strange movement in the shadows as many of the denizens of the Shadowfell seek refuge in the last remaining shadows in the universe. At the end of the third week, in the dead of night, walking into Skypoint. At this point, Professor, your work is done, and sort of spending a little bit of time outside and stretching your neck, looking up at the basically the only thing left in the sky are two moons and one lone star out there. And you hear 3 footsteps. Doof, doof, doof. Doof, doof, doof. And you see a tall, sort of portly figure walking forward. It's Kraylin.
He made it.
He barely rolled to make it. So,
But
he made it.
He made it though.
yeah, he did.
Sorry, I was muted. I'll greet him immediately and go give him a hug and be like, "Oh, I'm so glad. Oh God, are you okay? Do you need healing?"
I could use a bit of healing, yeah. It's
Okay.
Thank you for the
I'll-
hug. No, come back. Squeeze this in. All right, now we got one out of the way. Yeah.
I'll cast
Cure wounds.
yeah. I'll cast a high like a 5th level cure wounds
Sure,
on him.
sure. Oh, that feels a lot better. You see, looks down at his own hand and up to the middle of the forearm, it's gone.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
It's okay, it'll grow back in a couple days.
Oh, that's good.
Already started the process there, but the old lefty, well, the shield I was using went with it, so
That's a
yeah,
shame.
I
We
thought
could probably.
instinctually I stuck it in something's mouth, tentacle thing, and it just disintegrated the shit out of it. Well, I guess I'll learn.
The rest of you made it, though. That's the important part.
Not the rest of me.
Oh no.
My artisanal milks are left behind.
Oh,
I have to start a new batch.
Well,
You wouldn't happen to have a prize heifer, would you?
weirdly, yes, I do. I've been working on inventing a cow
no.
that produces chocolate milk.
The soft and creamy milky liquidness mixed with the savory and sweet, nutty concoction of chocolate.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Served cold?
Yeah.
Well, if you're looking for somebody to get the most out of your milks, if we can defeat what's coming, count me in.
That's all the motivation I need to help save the universe.
All it takes is a little lactose and a lot of chocolate. Sort of finally get over to the barn and sort of sits down and cracks his back. I think somewhere in here hold on. I got some seeds. Sort of pulls out this big satchel, starts setting out pretty orderly dozens of different seeds that look vastly different, that are all in tiny little jars or just free or wrapped up in something with like a bauble attached. Yep, here it is. Here it is. Holds up a seed. It's sort of oblong, and it has like a little bit of a. And he hands it to you. And he smells it himself and hands it to you, and you smell it. It smells like really, really rich chocolate. Now, this is expensive.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to sell this in one of these cities, you'd never have to work another day in your life. This is Fey Midnight Chocolate,
Okay.
and they only grow and drop seeds once every 1,000 years, when the twilight of the Feywild is dark for a day. I've got one. And they say, and don't tell the others I said this, but she gets a little bit flustered and a little pink in the cheeks, a little embarrassed. Well, they say it's better than fornication. So, I'll keep that in my bag of seeds. Pulls them back in and puts it up. And we should think of a name to sell our milks. Oh, it's all I've ever wanted to be. It's just a milkman.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's a beautiful dream.
It really is. So, we are now getting a little bit beyond that. So, second to last week. Velios, anything come to mind?
Just gonna do more family stuff. So I took the last 2 weeks to do other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Spending time with the family, telling stories. They ask about their grandparents. They want to hear about your dad. You start telling them about all of that. And then they ask a question you didn't expect to have to answer. Do you have any brothers or sisters? What do you say?
Well, fuck. I was not expecting that one.
Kids just say the darndest things.
Yeah, you kids have an uncle.
Oh, yeah? What's he like? Why isn't he here?
He had to leave, unfortunately. He had to leave us
Oh,
to go be with Grandpa and Grandma.
oh, okay. Armadillo tries to back you up. Yeah, and they're all... We remember them very, very well, and sometimes people have to go, and when people go, they're only gone a little, because we can tell stories about them. Some people have better stories than others. Some people don't have very good stories, but your dad has a good story. Your dad has a really good story. And the little one, the weird eyes, goes, I want to tell stories. Maybe you can tell stories someday. The big one says, I want to make stories, like Dad. Well, hopefully you don't have to, but if you do, I hope they're good stories. The other two sort of look at each other and go, well, what kind of stories do you have? What would be your favorite one?
Oh, God.
looks at you, unable to bail you out, because that's not a bailable question.
Yeah, that's absolutely completely unbailable. Shit. Well, there was this one time when someone who has not so great stories.
They're like enraptured immediately. They're just sitting there like looking right at you.
He took a couple of our friends away from us. And we had to get them back. And you've met them all.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Who was it?
What was... I can't remember because it's been so long. When we came back, what monster was I acting like and Jordan was acting like? Do you remember?
When you came back.
Because, yeah, like a Cyclops or something, like... They were like shooting us up there, and then Jordan...
Yeah. It was like it was two Cyclopses.
Yeah. Well, the other Cyclops, Jordan, they took him.
Oh. He's cool.
Yeah.
I think he's dumb. And Armadillo goes, "You're both right." But he's
can't remember,
nice.
Have they met Egnir? I don't think so. Egnir was gone.
We try to keep, you know. He's
understandable.
It's for both Egnir and the kids. They've seen him. He's been around a couple times at the door when you guys are about to leave, and they're a little scared of him.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Sometimes I'm afraid of them.
Yeah.
We had to go save them.
Wow. And you did?
We did.
Did you defeat monsters?
Well, what good's a story if you're not defeating monsters?
Yeah. Every good story needs a monster. The little one in the back goes, "Hey, Dad.
Yeah?
Are you a superhero? One of the kids said you were a superhero. One of the ones without feathers." Oh, that's... they were elves, honey. Elves!
To
You?
some people, yes. To others, no.
Well, you are to us.
Oh. I love you guys, and I'll kind of grab them all up and...
And they like that shit. Who doesn't like a big bird hug?
True.
All right. Professor, anything last?
Probably just spend more time with Kasdan. Not anything specific, just trying to enjoy the last moments of peace before everything really goes to shit.
He's dealing with security and stuff, and they're all doing a good job. And he's a nervous guy sometimes, and he seems to be leaning on you a bit. and you seem to calm him, which is nice. But he also has like another mode of like, gotta do now it's time to do that, and it's good to see him do a thing, especially when that thing is productive and not crime or subversion or political intrigue. It's nice to see him I guess caring in a way that isn't just for him. He might not be, this big personality, this person that most people, at least around here, know, the focus of a lot of attention, person that does a lot of things. But he's really good at what he does. He is smart and capable and intelligent when it comes to what drives him. And that's different. You don't get that out of a lot of people. It's kind of nice that he's not the same. He's the same enough. But you can be open in a way that other people don't get to see. Not because you don't want them to see it, but because they just don't get to. It's special. And you're prone to waste days away in the Hartnell and forget people might need stuff or are trying to find you, but you got a thing, you're doing a thing, whatever that is. But it's interesting, there's always time for Kasdan. He always crops up. You might forget to think of Elenia for a week. Not because you don't love her, not because you don't like her. You're doing your own thing. The Kasdan, he breaks through that for some reason. And that's pretty cool. Icilius. Anything you want to do for a week? You gotta travel back, but...
Yeah. No, I'll enjoy my last couple days. Head back into town, get the fisherman and anyone else who wants to teleport to Gygax, and then just use sending to let Professor know that we're ready.
Okay. You do so, and a few people come along, for sure. Are you going to try to proselytize it and try to bring as many people as you can, or just a couple people? Just asking around. It's up to you.
As many people who want to, I'll have
Okay, go ahead.
Spread the word.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage, since you have, multiple weeks to...
16.
Okay. The town doesn't empty, and the fishmonger stays. But several people come along. A lot of families, a lot of kids. It's weird, actually. You didn't realize this until you had all these people here, because especially the kids talk. They don't have many filters. People recognize you. You're important. Between you and Jordan, you're the most famous people that have ever come from here.
A little uncomfortable with that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a small place, but you get about 24 people. But on each of their faces, especially the parents, as they file into the Hartnell, and Professor, you're there, and you see it too. But they're really focused on Icilius. And Julia to some extent, but they're not in awe. They're not like groveling at your feet or worshiping you or anything. You see a bunch of people from a small town that some people have never heard of, genuinely proud of you. And it is uncomfortable, but it's also kind of neat. And you know that where they're going is going to be safer than where they are, probably. Especially if you can get the job done. And you feel a little bit of that, wash over you. A little bit of that light in the darkness. The last shreds of divinity available on the material plane seem to reside within you.
Oh boy.
So you head back and people disperse and shelter is given to them and they're shown the ways to the bunkers. Your weekends. Elenia. Anything else on your list?
I kind of would like to organize one night at Sky Point dedicated to everyone that's showed up to volunteer their time as a big sort of feast. A morale boosting, tension release, just one night for everyone to kind of laugh and get their spirits up.
Yeah. It's a little sketchy because at the beginning of the week, there are a few tornadoes up to the north that rip through the countryside, scaring several people, but they never end up hitting Gygax. Rain on and off. But there's this moment of respite as you all gather together along with the other lesser known but still important defenders of Gygax and Sky Point and the world. You join together for drinks and food and jokes, and for a little bit you all get drunk enough, full of food enough, you are laughing enough, distracted enough that you forget that the world is going to change and that everything's going to be different after this. You don't know how many of these faces you're going to see again. You don't know how many stories are going to end. You don't know if your story is going to end. Certainly, this story is going to end. But for right now, you're together. Anything else? Well, we
I
got.
feel like I should say something, but I don't know.
Well, you'll have another opportunity to do it closer to the day.
Yeah. Just let everyone have fun.
All right. No one brings up any of the doom and gloom. Everybody keeps it off their lips. Intentionally. Just enough to forget. At the end of the week, the last star blinks out. You all watch. The night after the party as the sky is black and endless. The moons themselves seemingly motionless in the sky, just reflecting the last bit of light. The day after that, shadows begin to bleed from fissures in the ground in places near ley lines. You hear reports of this very near the Draconic border, specifically. And a few other places around, but the last week, as the last of the refugees file in, thousands and thousands of people, the population within the city nearing a quarter of its former population. So you probably have 500,000 people in here. Of different cultures and races. Not specific to any one place, but spread out. Spread out amongst the city and wherever they can find shelter, living amongst each other, mixed. There's small districts where there's maybe more Aarakocra, more elves, more humans, more dragon-blooded peoples. But this isn't the Gygax that you started with at all. As time gets closer, the dome above the city reaches its completion, it blocking out the rain the blue shimmer above as the storms no longer hit within Sky Point itself is packed away and shuttered. The warehouse where Professor works is shut and sealed. Where you keep your house at Sky Point Alenia is packed and moved to near the square in Gygax where you've been putting it. The gates outside are shut. on day 24. You are called to what people are calling, colloquially, in the great hall where Ivelios's people use for courts, the largest building available right now. There are whispers as individuals like Xeno Elixis, like Axia Vasilia, Remarel, Byrne and his crew, Delric, Siko, Katie, Alexander, Vala, the Keepers of Eight.
Fell.
Val's there. Whispers of a meeting as you all gather, the important people gather. These whispers calling it the last Council of Gygax. As you walk in, it's well lit inside. There are seats in a long hall. And you're sat down, the five of you at one end of the table, next to each other. The others around you, asking. And, well, as Xeno stands up in their pale-skinned, slight elven build, tall, dark, straight hair that's been done falling to the middle of the back, no facial hair, sharp cheekbones, deep brown-black eyes, wearing their black layered armor with the blue arcane edges to it. Deep blue cloak, platinum brooch with a pink diamond upon it. Full battle regalia. Well, we're all here at what seems to be the last meeting. Between myself and nods over to Axia, the Aarakocra military professionals in Axia Vasilia, we have determined many places to defend. We believe that this dome will hold if we spread our forces out and use the gates themselves to draw the battle in some numbers away from the Keepers. If drawn to high-level magics, the expected arrival point would be the gates on the west. The same gates that you guys entered for the first time. That's where the strongest defenses are. It was least affected by the diaspora and the tragedy before it. And I also know it's where a lot of our Keepers of Eight have made home. So I ask you this. aside from the available forces that we will command, and that your General of Sky Point, looking over to Violetta, will be guarding, we have multiple groups of higher power capable of different forms of assistance. First up would be the Planeswalkers. Looks over to Burn and his crew of all women.
Of course.
Hell yeah.
He has 4 other tiefling women. One deep black, one deep, almost pearly white, a red one, and a green one. Behind him, some of them have the white one has one long horn that comes out. Some of them have just really small horns. They seem to just be standing in the back, sort of arms folded. Well, we have a particular set of skills. Most of it has to do with murdering the shit out of things. So, wherever you would like us to be, if you want, I'd prefer to be on a front line somewhere. Just depends on what you want.
How confident would you be in leading this sort of charge to clear a way for us?
That's what I was thinking.
Clear away.
Well, we'll be right behind you.
I think we could keep stuff off you if that's what you mean. If you want to give yourself a perimeter while you handle the big business. We can clear out the little guys that I've been hearing about. Clear out a couple of the bigger guys too, but I'm not too proud to say the big kahuna is going to be on you.
No, that's our goal.
Good. Frankly, I'd like to stay the shit out of that. So if I'm going to make it, I want to make it with all my limbs. But me and the crew will do our best. All right. So on the day of, Burn and crew creating a safer perimeter for
Have we not?
the keepers.
Maybe we should go over a generalized plan first.
The general plan for me?
No, for like all of us.
Zeno.
Do they know?
Zeno speaks up.
Oh.
The general plan is
The
for you specifically or for the armies?
just the goal is that
The goal. Yes, we
We
kill kill the beast.
the 5 of us need to get inside of the beast.
After weakening it. At this point, I assume I've gone over the different options with them, by the way, that I discovered about the cube, since it's been like 2 weeks since I figured that out.
It's not a simple matter of destruction then. You'll have to go in it.
Yeah, that's what we seem to understand.
No planes to planeswalk 2, loser. Well. Well, then I suggest, if you have any questions about how I would approach this, you can ask. You've all been working
Please.
together for some time. Well, I don't know its capabilities, but obviously, although you are a type I have never seen before, so your power is unknown to me, Miss Elenia. A paladin of your stature has protective energies radiate from you. You're best served nearest, along with anyone else that can stand to do so. I would say, if you do have to weaken it, Professor, you are the strongest arcane spellcaster that we have access to, and that includes myself. I would make it your responsibility to change the battlefield for your friends, for our allies, in whatever way you can, making sure that their capabilities are enhanced if you can. But number one is causing stress on the abomination. Make it saved from your spells. Damage is fine, but if it can be forced to succumb to further magics, the Emperor and the gunslinger, I guess, gunsmith, the gunman.
They all work.
Clearly, you're the most lethal of the bunch. With the bolstering of the Valkyrie here, I imagine your limits of pain you can inflict are incomprehensible. Inflict pain. Keep your friends safe. Keep the professor safe. And the Akron, as you look over to him slowly, make eye contact. But I think you've got it covered. So, Jerdun speaks up. As the leader of the B team, Julia goes, as the co-leader of the B team, I think it's important that we take the second most important thing. Now, what is that? We could, if we brought maybe I don't know, somebody. It's me, Julia, Seiko, Kasdan, and Kavi. If maybe we
I
took...
was going to say maybe Crosley, but I think he's a bit too much
No.
for such a team.
Well, I was thinking... if they're going to be at the gate, and you want to be drawing people away, well, the B team and maybe whoever else, Kralin, maybe? Sterling? EJ? Pincer attack. We draw people to Sky Point behind enemy lines. It's only going to be, what? Some of those tentacly boys? They're going to be focused on the city. I can't imagine they're going to bring big shit to us, right? But it will reduce their
Maybe.
numbers and pull them this way. Zeno
Smart.
thinks about that. And Axia thinks about that. Vel stands up. I'll go too.
No.
No. Need me to do something else?
I would prefer you not to leave her side.
I can do that. I can do that.
Keep her and the kiddos.
He sits down and nods, and then Violetta stands up. I shall do it instead. They need a professional. To which Julia also looks over. We need 2 professionals at least. All right. What I can do also is, in the case of badness, I can give you a moment of respite at least. Unless they have dispellers, which I don't know if they do. I can set up a doorway to a comfortable place to stay should you be overrun that they will not be able to get into. But it will only stay up for 24 hours. Which is more time than we will have anyway, so... if it runs out, and you fall out, we were successful. If it fails before that, it was either dispelled, which seems unlikely unless they get new capabilities, or you're being absorbed into whatever happens when we lose. Okay. So, B team plus Violetta, Sterling, and who else?
EJ,
EJ.
Braylon,
Do you want Kralin there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this takes away from other places. Okay.
I think we still have. Well, I know that we have Grazit and Solarion's offerings for forces as well.
They'll be part of the border defense. We'll have hopefully some angelic forces outside of the dome as well. The demonic forces, we'll see. Well, Alexander leans forward. What can I do? I realize I'm not the best in a fight now, but do we want to set up at least triage in the bunkers?
Yeah, definitely. We're also going to need positions to fall back to should they advance. And places for people to fall back in case they're injured.
All right. Well, we're going to conserve the energy of the dome now that we know it works. And it will be off until we need it to be on.
Do we know roughly how much damage it can take before? Like how long do we expect it to stay up, considering the forces that we are,
Well, it should
anticipating?
hold up in places. That's the point of opening the gates in spaces, to make them hopefully not engage in an aerial assault if it falls.
Gotcha. More so just to funnel them into specific areas.
Axia speaks up. It is a kill box. We will, with the coordination of the Blue Queen, and nods over towards Saldra, who's in the room. We have made an agreement. We will ride into the skies above the dome and protect it, where it is most vulnerable. And Saldra leans forward. And I suppose I'll be with them. And if I should die, Keepers, I'll haunt you. Well, I suppose unless we have anything else to discuss. Starts looking down at sort of the battle map you've all set up, looking where the forces are going. At a certain point, we're over-preparing. Need you anything else? All right.
No, I don't think so.
Alexander says, I have one thing. One thing left. pen died. I'll type it. Alenia, you're done. And he starts counting out loud. Professor Kasdan. Hevelios. Icilius. Julia. Agnir. I suppose Seiko as well. Can invite that Kabi fella.
I think I know what's happening now.
Myself. And Vala. He pushes forward one last expensive chalice.
It's Heroes Feast time.
Not right now, but tomorrow.
Right before.
I'll prepare the Hero's Feast. A long tradition. My last one. So. Well, if there's anything else, go to your families, go to your friends, spend the evening. And I want you all to know this has been quite a sight to see how you've brought all these people together. It would have been easy to leave them to their own. But you've brought them here. We will do our best to protect all of you, while you protect everything else. To each of you, it's genuinely humbling to fight on the same side. With that, several people start scooching away from the table and getting up. At a certain point, you're left there with Delric and the B team. Delric leans forward, who hasn't said much. How far we have come.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember when the worst thing we had to deal with was a cave full of spiders? Kind of missed that.
It's kind of crazy to think that when we first walked in here 5 years ago, technically a year ago, that we were all just kind of lost and wandering and didn't really know what to do with ourselves, running away from things or unsure of ourselves, and now we're the line that's protecting the rest of everything.
I hope Toll chose the right people.
You know, I don't... As Jerdun sort of laughs and leans over to Alenia and kisses her on the head and then stands up. I don't think he had a goddamn choice.
And even if this goes bad, we gave it our everything.
Plus, no one will be around to see our failure, so I mean, it's kind of a win either way, so...
The council disperses, and you go off to your respective places for a last night of sleep. And with that, we end.
I'm so emotional.
We have
Or
one session left.
we would end.
Oh.
Let's see.
Fuck is going on? What are you doing?
They're making me even more anxious than I already is going to be for the next few weeks. That's what he's doing.
What's this sound like? Perfect. You all drift off to sleep. And, Alenia, in the darkness, you feel a slight tug at your hand. And you wake up, and you see Jerdun tugging at your hand a little bit. Hey, wake up. It's a little early.
Get up.
Yeah. I have something for you. It's important. Come on. And he sort of just
Okay.
starts dragging you down the stairs of your house and out the front door in your robe. And he goes, come on. And you start sort of like half jogging as he holds your hand, and you just sort of run in the empty streets of Gygax for a little bit. Sort of your feet, bare feet, sort of splashing in the ground a little bit. And then he walks over to there's a little piece in the park where formerly there was a little stand set up where you guys had a pie eating contest a long, long time ago. But in that spot, the trees sort of part and point east towards the sunrise. That you can see through the black clouds and stuff. There's a little bit of a sliver that the sun is starting to peek up over the horizon there. And sort of wordlessly, you just hold hands, both barefoot, standing in the wet grass, and you look at it. And he smiles. Okay. And he just turns at you and gives you a big kiss. And then he sort of stops kissing you, leans into your ear, and he says, "This one's just for us." Then you turn, and Alexander and Vala are there. To your right, as the sun's behind them. And Alexander and Vala are holding hands, and they look at both of you. He smiles. He's holding a book. Small little book with a little sun on it. It's your book that you used to have back at the temple way long ago when you were learning to be a cleric. And inside of it are really, really basic things that all clerics need to know. And near the back of that book, that you're very familiar with, he flips to a familiar page. It's a first level ritual. It's one of the first things you ever learned that was like a big deal to you. And you sort of, you're a little confused, and you look over to Jardun, and he's smiling, and he starts crying a little bit. You are my hero. And, you make me better. You make me think. And you can see his hands are shaking a little bit. And I know I said after, and then they can come after, you know, they can, and he sort of wipes his eyes, you know, but you know, I can't, you know, like, we gotta do it. We have to. Because I'm yours. And then Vala reaches out and grabs your hands. And she places 2 tiny little rose gold bands with little flowers in them. And then he begins the ceremony of marriage. And he says, B team already has a leader. It's Julia. I'm gonna go with you guys tomorrow.
What?
I gotta be there.
Are you sure?
You look in his eyes and he stares back at you, and he doesn't say anything. He's sure. You both need me. And if I die, or whatever, well, I want to see my favorite thing when that happens. And, so, for the next 24 hours, if you're within 30 feet of each other, you gain +2 to AC and +2 to your saving throws. And that's where we'll end the session.
God damn it.
So
I wasn't gonna cry. It made me cry.
Uh-huh. So, we will be back here on Wednesday, June 16th for the very last episode. Well, the second to last episode of Charisma Saves. The very last one will be likely the day after with our epilogue. Thanks for the journey. We got one more.
One more Seshi.
We love you guys. We'll be back.